love how the songs just end right at the perfect timing. That's so cool. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion. Happy Monday to all of you. Master Rat is in here, TBD Gamer. Hello. Master Rat is saying I'm dealing with being given tasks with gaping holes in the requirements. The company doesn't follow any practices, so has no concept of a user story being sprint ready. Not that we do sprints anyway. And yes, I'm looking for other roles. TBD says not uncommon. But it is kind of annoying that you are needing to face that and that you are dealing with it. So I understand your frustration, if that is frustration at all, or if you're just informing us that that's what's going on. Completely understandable though. But I hope otherwise you're having a great day and enjoying being a software developer. You got a question once the floor is open? The floor will be open on Friday at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, but you can always ask questions. I will most likely breeze through whatever answer, but I'm not the only person here in the stream. You have a lot of other people that are in here that could help with answering your question as well. I'm going to jump right into, after I catch up on the intro chat, jump right into work. Because we're going to continue with the data import utility, specifically the comparison operation is what we are working on. TBD said, and even ones that follow practices don't always align the way you might hope, and that's what Liquid Sky is for. Liquid Sky is going to be amazing because it'll help you think about, I have a task, but I'm not really encouraged to add requirements to this task for the developers, to know what exactly we are wanting from this effort, from this feature, from this description of whatever. But yeah, good to see you too, TVD. Great stream earlier. Yeah. Jamie asks, quick question. Who knows how quick it's going to be? So it might not be a quick question, just so you know. Does anyone currently know of businesses that are doing internship remotely at the moment within the IT business-oriented fields? Yeah, I'm definitely not in the current market of knowing what's going on. Pros and cons of Blazor. I can only tell you, well, I could tell you the pros and cons, but I don't really have too much to compare it to. I haven't used React, Angular, or any of the other alternatives to being able to write UI specifically. So let's say we're only considering the UI aspect of Blazor software development, where you can write your UI with Razor syntax. So the benefits for .NET developers specifically are that you can use the languages you're already familiar with as far as writing your handlers in C# for events that happen in your UI that is written with Blazor. Your UI can be deployed to any number of application hosts. So that could be a native mobile application, that could be a desktop application, that could be a web application. There are other things that I can't think of off the top of my head, but being able to stick with a language that you are familiar with, you understand, you can manipulate variables easily. You don't have to switch between going from JavaScripty stuff to send a JSON object somewhere and then have that turned back into C#. It all just stays C#. The cons are there are a lot of loading things that happen that seem superfluous, that seem bloated, that could be improved, which they are working on improving. So load times, they still aren't great, but they are certainly getting better. The new model of having to know what render modes are and how your application logic behaves in those render modes, it's just a different way of thinking about how to write your code. So you do kind of need to shift to a new paradigm of how you think about writing code if you aren't already following that practice. Otherwise, it's just familiar to you. Other cons, yeah, the main drawbacks that I've heard people talk about are it's slower, heavier, and the complexity of render modes convolutes the way that you're supposed to write code. So it's very understandable, those cons. But once you get used to it, once you start understanding how to write render mode agnostic code, is what I'm going to term it, you'll just find that it's really easy to stay HTML, CSS, C# code with the occasional need to do JavaScript interop. The other thing that I don't like is the inability for your isolated CSS to only load when it's used by a component. From what I can tell, when you build your app, it bundles all of your CSS into one file, and that file gets loaded on application load. There is no deferred loading for each of the individual components that I could tell. I could be completely wrong about that. It's just what I've observed. Okay, so hopefully that's a good enough answer. I'm going to move on to work. And if you need to hear all that again, this video will be posted to YouTube after the stream, so you can always go back and rewatch. It's right at the beginning. It won't be too hard to find. Master Rat says, whoa, dark mode is what Master Rat says. All right, we're going to go to the desktop because the window swap decided to try to switch scenes, but is not loading. That's fun. Master Rat was adding to that. The render mode, I understand, but I think it was Needle's complexion, needless complexion to expose to the user. Yes, yeah. I also ran into issue where the new version of Blazor would not show to user. It'll keep caching even with cache busting tricks. 100% agree with that. That happened to me last Thursday when I was speaking with the client. Thursday? Wednesday? Whatever day I was speaking with the client. I was actively just changing code, pushing it to the server, and I even changed the render mode because one of the issues had to do with Blazor Wasm. When they refreshed and ran in Blazor Wasm, there were some errors that we weren't expecting that aren't happening on my machine, which means that they shouldn't happen ever, right? So anyway, I was like, okay, I have an idea of what this is. So what we're going to do is just redeploy it using server render mode only. Server, yeah, period. And so I deployed it on my machine. I refreshed, Control F5, Control Shift R, whatever your force refresh is button that you like to use. And I asked them to do the same, and they were still getting the version where it starts in server right after I deploy, and then they would refresh and it's in Wasm. And it's like, why is that happening? So I had to show them how to use dev tools to go into application storage, delete, and clear their storage so that they would get only the most recently deployed version. It was really annoying, and I have no idea why that kept happening. But even then, it was hit or miss. So you're right. But hi, Deflux. I don't remember if I actually said hi. I said hi to you like 6 times in my head because I wanted to make sure that I greeted you. But welcome in. Hope you're having a great day so far. Okay, so what I've been working on for the application is this additional operation that we're adding to our value transformations. What do I mean by that? Well, thankfully, I have a version of this tool that we're working on for my work in open source. I'll read that in a second. My brain just like, I'll read that. So because we have this deployed, I've updated the open source version to, where are their branches? I've updated the open source version to, oh, yeah, that makes sense. To have our latest changes up to the point just before I started creating this conditional rule. So now whenever I want to demo it, I have a working version. If you want to demo it yourself, you can go to the GitHub Pages version of it, which is the automatedrealms.github.io. github.io. And in fact, you know what? I forgot that I did this. I also recently updated the README just to throw the link in here, so all you had to do was click on it. So if you go to the repo, I was going to say go to the README for anywhere. You'll see our current progress on this same utility, and you will be able to click on demo, which will take you to the static web app version of the tool in use. So the tool itself is either just the library of functionality that you can use, or the UI components to include a single component that you slap into your app that gives you the full UI for select a file, and then do the mappings for that file. But the intention of the project is to be able to take an Excel or CSV file with sheets that have a row that's a header, and the rest are data. The rest of the rows are data, and transform them from whatever is coming in to some C# class that you specify, that you, the developer, specify when you're using this. In this case, we're doing some sample object output that has lab sample ID, sample type, dilution factor, CAS, ignore field 1, ignore field 2, whatever, all of these things. And so you configure them by picking what mapping rule you're going to use. Where does the data come from? Is it a constant value? Is it from multiple input fields? Are you copying from a field? And if you are copying from a field, what are your transformation rules to the data that's coming in? Oh man, and we got rated. So I'll get through this really quick, and then I'll greet you, Anna. I'll read Deflux's thing too. I won't forget. I promise. So you can do certain transformation to the value as they're coming in. So one of these transformation rules that I don't currently have is a conditional rule that says, if this other field has this value, then perform this mapping operation. Otherwise, perform this other mapping operation. The ducks must be everywhere. Everywhere. But yes, thank you so much for the raid. Anna, how was your stream? What did you work on? I was lurking in there, but not listening, of course. But I was there. I was there. I promise. All right, so Deflux was saying, just an idea. Couldn't it be possible to create a button that does the cache clearing, etc., and refresh? Most likely, yeah, but it just shouldn't be needed. One, it shouldn't be needed. Definitely for PWAs, it would be needed, because the PWA, if there's a new version of the app, when you get to the site, it sees new version of the app in service workers, but it downloads it, installs it, but you're still running the old version of the app unless there is some kind of forced refresh after installing. And I haven't come up with a good way myself to figure out what is a good approach for telling the app to restart after you see that there is a new service worker version available. So you just have to wait until the next load for the new version to take effect, or have some really clever way of forcing the app to restart, like the new version is available, restart now banner. Yes, absolutely possible. So that's my guess, but this isn't a PWA, this is just a library. That's it. So we're not too worried about it for this app. Masterrat was responding saying there's a library that pops up, hey, click to get a new version, but the fact you need to do this is a huge minus to using Blazor WASM. But that's not WASM, that's PWA specifically. The WASM caching thing that you're talking about is different. So PWA is the one that has the service worker, that has the, here's an example, has track. So HasTrack is a PWA with offline support. You could, as long as you've come to the website once, you could go out into the world, and as long as you're still logged in according to the app, as long as you're still authorized, you can lose internet connection, do all of your changes, submit a new hazard tracking record, whatever, and it'll get stored in local storage until you connect to the internet, and then it'll try to submit it afterwards. And by local storage, I mean IndexedDB. There is this local edits. I meant to say IndexedDB, my bad. But the point is, if I updated the app and we get a new version of the app deployed, the first thing that happens here is this will detect there's a new version available from the server, do the install, do the wait, whatever wait is, and then do the activate. But the user isn't going to see the new changes until after they've gotten the install refreshing the page, which is where that library would come into play that says, here's the banner that shows there's a new version available of the service worker, which is essentially your app. Okay, moving on to catch up with Anna's raid. Actually, there was one more comment from Masterat, which is, it's not too bad. It's an office app for colleagues, but if it's something going out to thousands of public users, constantly worrying they might be using old versions sucks. Yeah, which is one thing to consider when you're doing PWAs specifically. But WASM apps and the caching of the files, they really should be updating as soon as you deploy a new version of the app and they download, so they revisit the site. So if the site is currently running, they're not going to get like hot reload happening. But when you're deploying a new version of the site, that typically does mean taking down the server and then starting it back up. That was really weird that took that long to get to this point. But there you go. There's all of my service worker with my JavaScript errors. No idea where those errors are coming from. I'm not going to worry about this app. I do have notification stuff in the JavaScript so that if you wanted to get notifications. But yeah, so there you go. That's an example of a PWA that has a service worker that if I updated the app, it would go through, install, but I would need to wait until the next refresh in order to get the newest version of the app. This one here is a WASM app that should update every single time I deploy a new version and you come to the website and refresh. Okay, now we can get to Anna's raid. Sorry for taking so long to get there. Just know that I am very, very appreciative of your raid. It's a ducky raid. Treat us like your personal rubber duckies. Early stream. Ducks must be everywhere. Ducks everywhere. Look at them go. They're on fire. Stream went fine. We were reworking my unit of work pattern for my API server, and there were a lot of issues that came with that. No. Oh, geez. Ducky coffee. Dukesoft is here. Hello, Dukesoft. That is something I'll need to do for Infinilore as well. So if you don't know Infinilore, this is Anna's story writing platform. Story writing. Anyway. So Anna works on quite a few things. She's super talented, super knowledgeable. Story writing. Okay. Where she's making her own game engine, making her own Twitch bot stuff, and a story writing application helper thing. So lots and lots of really creative and cool stuff. It's very early days still, and it needs to be minimum working by June. Oh geez. It'll be fun to work on that. Well, I hope you're still able to enjoy it even with the deadline, that you get to have lots of fun doing it. I definitely have lots of fun watching you enjoy yourself. Okay, so as mentioned, we are at a point where we're adding a value transformation rule called a conditional operation that will be an if then else for what to do to get the output value for this particular column. So that is currently being set up as a new operation. So for this library, if you decide to use it and you want to use the open source version of this, you can extend the library yourself. You can add different value operation types. You can add different mapping rules. And so that's what I'm currently showing with adding the comparison operation. And that is a conditional operation here, which will inherit or implement value transformation base. And so all you need to do in order to create your own rule that can be used in the library is to create a class called something operation that inherits from value transformation base. With that inheriting from value transformation base, there are some abstract properties and methods that you must override and some that you can override. It'll all be in the documentation. But for this one, the apply method, which will apply to a transformation result or a passed-in string or a passed-in value. You can, again, decide what all apply operations you have, but the one that must be overridden is the apply transformation result. And a transformation result really is, here is a struct or a record that is what's the original value, what's the current value, that is the result of performing whatever transformation you're currently working on, were there any errors, etc. So in this one, it's pretty easy. We have this thing called a comparison operation, which is new to this method, or to this override. And so we have a comparison operation, and I'll get to your question, Jamie. I'll read it out loud, but again, I am in a point where I am focusing more on the work product at the moment. But if anyone else does have a response to it before I get to it, then please, please, please feel free to respond to Jamie. You can always ask in Discord as well, as you know. You have asked questions there before. Okay, so this one, I'll tell you about the comparison operation object shortly. But then you have three components. You have the, what are you evaluating to be true or false? So whatever that is needs to return true or false. And then what to do if it evaluates to true, what to do if it evaluates to false. Simple. So if you evaluate this thing and it evaluates to true, then do the true apply. If it evaluates to false, then do the false apply. All right, Anna, thank you so much for the raid again. Enjoy class. I hope you have fun. I hope all the things are enjoyable. That there is no experience that you have in this day, this week, this month, this year, this lifetime that is not enjoyable to you. Or not an experience that you didn't want. Okay. So Jamie's question, is there a way to host demo projects in .NET without having to worry about paying a hectic fee? Like, I know you can deploy them on Azure, but do you use any other services, or could you recommend any other in terms of hosting the projects? If they are WebAssembly applications that don't have a backend or don't need to connect to a backend, or you're able to find a place to deploy your backend separately, you can deploy them as static GitHub pages. So for example, this library, I created a sample Blazor web application that is WebAssembly only, and it is running as a static web app in GitHub. That's done using a library called publish spa for GitHub pages.build, which is really simple. You add this package to your project, to your web app. Then you put in GitHub pages true. And finally, you create a GitHub action. I was going to say a workload. A GitHub action, which you can just copy and paste from their demo site. Then when you do your commit to main, it will run that action and deploy it to GitHub. The other thing to do would be to go into your settings for that particular project, go to pages, and tell it that you want to use this new branch that it created for you as your GitHub pages site. Simple. Deflux is saying there's a free tier on Azure Web App. So that's an option. There is a really inexpensive way to, like if you need a backend, let's say it's a backend that doesn't have a database, which means that you could just run it server side. But anyway, you could use Amazon Web Services. They have a thing called Elastic Beanstalk. It's very lightweight. It'll host your app, but you still need a domain or use their their generic URL that they give you in order to point people to it. So for example, my automatedrealms.com site is hosted on AWS in an Elastic Beanstalk, and I own the domain. I bought it through Amazon's Route 53 service, and it's a pretty inexpensive domain. It's some few dollars a month or a year. I can't remember. It's very inexpensive is all that I remember. And so I own the domain. They gave me free certificates as long as I put it on an EBS or an Elastic load balancer, or as long as I use it on one of their services. The SSL certificate is free. Yeah. So you have Azure. They have plenty of free tier stuff. It might require some looking into. AWS, like I said, deployed to an Elastic Beanstalk, and it's lightweight. I don't know that it's free. But yeah. So it sounds like Deflux is going to follow up with you. Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Deflux. You're amazing. And we're going to continue on with the work product. So there was a thing that I found out was going to be an issue with the way that I originally set up comparison operation. So the original approach was going to be, I just have an enum for comparison operation. And I have a left operand and a right operand. And so the left operand is apply the mapping rule that's on the left side to get a value, compare it to some mapping rule that's on the right side to get a value, and that either one can be constant value, combined fields, copy or ignore or whatever. But the thing is that I didn't know that I had desktop notifications turned on for Twitch. Yay, that's going to be fun. But that's fine. It's a channel that I wanted to see that just went live. Oh, and it's a good topic. So I don't like directing traffic away from me, but there are lots and lots of good streamers on the interwebs, and I like to promote them because they are amazing. So Big Gamey is one of them, of course. But the stream that just went live is the Visual Studio stream. Did you already do this? No. Okay. So shout out to Big Gamey, game developer, amazing person, human, fantastic personality. But the topic on the Visual Studio channel is visualizing chaos with open telemetry and immersive APM. I don't know what APM stands for, but I know what open telemetry is, and that would be an amazing thing to add to my applications, have some telemetry stuff that I can collect and see how users are using the application, what issues they're running into constantly, that kind of thing. So I'm just going to have to go and watch the VOD for that later. But anyway, if any of you are interested in that kind of thing, I can recommend tuning into them. Who's presenting? Don't know who's presenting though. Okay, so with that initial approach of just having an enum and then a left operand, right operand, and then the do this if true, do this if false, is that I would need to write a case for every single one of my operands. And because it's just an enum that I control in the app, and it's static in there, there would be no extensibility to that set of my conditional operations. So then I'm like, you know what? A conditional operation really is just like I did the mapping rules, just like I did these value transformations. So a conditional operation is going to be one of those, is going to be an object now where you create a class, you the developer. Of course, I'll give you some out of the box. Hopefully they're useful, and if they're not, you can override them completely and entirely. So you're able to create a class, and then it will generate the enum for you, and you just fill in the name, all of the stuff that I already have that you fill in with the mapping rules and the transformation operations. So once you get that initial thing figured out, then you would be able to understand the pattern for how to make a new comparison operation if you wanted to add a new comparison operation. So the ones that I came up with are things like between, contains, ends with, equals, greater than or equal to, all of that stuff. So the base form of a comparison operation is exactly what I said: a left operand, an optional right operand, and an evaluate method that will evaluate the rule and return a bool. Problem is that the way that I made evaluate was it took no parameters. It only had left operand and right operand. These being mapping rule bases, a mapping rule is the basic structure for mapping from one input column or 0 or more input columns to a target output C# property for your specified type. That said, it doesn't make sense to just say evaluate this conditional operation without knowing the data that you're evaluating it for. And so there should be a couple of ways to evaluate this. You can evaluate it on a transformation result, the same way that we're doing for a single value transformation. Again, that one method that you have to override. So do it on a transformation result. Do it on an input string value that's coming in from the input data. You could do it on a data row. You could do it on a data table, and it'll spit back pretty much a list of Boolean. So, or in an array of Boolean where the index matches up to the row index in that data table. So what we're really wanting is for our conditional operation, which has this apply on a specific transformation result, which is again one value coming in from either combining fields but one row of data is what this is for, and passing that to the operation itself so that it can evaluate the mapping rules on that one result only. Because again, this conditional operation has no concept of what is the data in the data table. So let's add this parameter and overrides. Cake. And then if we go into our... Oh, that's so awesome. It did it to not only the base class, but also the parameters. Oh, that's so nice. the parameters of the implementing classes. I don't like that it namespaced it from base namespace. Instead, I would have rather added a using, but that's okay. We can do that ourselves. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to do a find and replace, and we're going to add the using first. So we're going to search for using our handy dandy regular expressions using armits file import utility.abstractions, and that dot is actually a wildcard character, but since there's only going to be one character, one possible character between the namespace parts, then I'm not worried about it. Anyway, new line, namespace. Oh, I didn't actually push the regular expression. What is this? Preserved case. Okay. New line, namespace. And I specifically want to target files that begin with these two lines explicitly. Comparison operations. And are in this namespace. And I want to change it to include a new line for using armits file import utility.models semicolon, and then the remaining double carriage return namespace. So let's do that for entire project. Okay, that is 18 occurrences. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So that is all of our comparison operators, or so we hope. Then, because we now have that, we can change out all of our evaluate models dot. And this one doesn't need to be regex. Just transformation result. Oh, wow. I only recognize one of the presenters. Crazy. Okay, and then there are 18 more updates. What do you look like in the comparison operation base? Why didn't you need an extra using? Oh, because I'm already using models? No. That's very odd. I don't know why it didn't why it gave me a using for the base class and not for the other ones. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's cleaned up. Okay then. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. When we go through and implement these, I do want to remember to change. I want to remember to change the display names so that they are not between operation in a drop-down menu. These would be like the actual symbols, which I guess this one is going to be between. But for example, the equals. Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. Should I just leave it as the word equals? And then this is greater than, like the actual words greater than or equal to? Or should I use the actual symbolism, symbol operators? Let me know if you have any thoughts. Otherwise, I think it's just going to be like this. And now that I'm doing it, I may as well just do them all. So between, contains, ends with. Where are some of these name of? So weird. Ends with. Equals, greater than or equal, greater than or equal to, in. And this one's going to be a tough one. I don't know if I want to put in the list of or what, but we'll figure out. Is false, is not null. And yes, in this case, my target audience does know what null means. So they know the difference between a null column value versus an empty column value, which is pretty awesome. Is null. Wait, did I actually put is not null? Okay. Is null is true. So that way, if we have either a field or our condition is actually some kind of evaluation where we're doing another evaluation, then we have a is true, or if our field is, did I already say that? Our field is a Boolean value. Less than or equal to. It's going to be fun implementing all of these though. Hopefully there's a pattern that we can fall into that'll make it easier. But I'm trying to think of what they would look like as I'm renaming them, but there are a lot of them. Not between, does not contain. Ooh, and now I'm seeing that I'm putting this, what are these, adverbs? This verb, this irregular verb, like does, is, in front of some of them, but not all of them. So, does not equal. I need to be consistent in what I'm naming these. Am I going to put is not equal to, is equal to? Am I even going to put that in there at all? It's not in. Starts with. So it doesn't make sense to put it here, a does or does not, except that there might have been a not start with. So like it does not start with, does not end with, but we'll get to that. I mean, there are already a lot that are gonna, like if we don't have the not version, then they can just invert the if. Maybe. Oh, so taste. Okie dokie. Thank you. And thank you. All right. So, there's examples of our implementations though. They're relatively simple. We get for free from the base class the left operand, right operand, which are both mapping rules, which means that again, depending on the incoming data, how is that gonna work? Yeah, I keep trapping myself because now I'm looking at mapping rules as my left operand and my right operand, but a mapping rule doesn't care about the incoming transformation result. Yes, it does. Okay, we're gonna keep running with this. Let's see how far we can get before we run into an actual snag and not a perceived snag. Okay, so evaluate. So right now we're looking at the actual transformation operation called conditional operation, and this logic is now sound. Hello, C Films. Thank you for letting us know you're great. I am doing fantastic, actually. Thank you for asking. And I did pause there because I wanted to truly evaluate how I'm doing and answer you honestly. And I'm doing fantastic. Okay, so we're evaluating the comparison operation for a given transformation result. Everything else is based on this apply transformation result. So even if I'm doing an entire data table, it will eventually get to the point where it's doing this apply for this transformation result. For a single transformation result is what I mean. Okay, so if this evaluates to true, then do the true mapping rule on that result on the incoming value. But that's not necessarily the case. Gosh. All right. I really want to fill this out, but I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of undoing, mostly because I am operating on a mapping rule, and a mapping rule is the thing that specifies the column or columns that the data is coming from. It's not what's being input here. The problem is that because this is only specifying the column, I don't have a single value from that column or set of columns. Oh, that's going to be so confusing. But we'll figure it out, right? We always figure it out. Okay, so for now, we're just going to close out our base class. Dan Pan! Hello! Good morning from me, but definitely good evening to you. Hope it's a great day for you. Hope it was wonderful. You had a fantastic time. Yeah, let's just keep going. I keep stopping myself. I don't want to stop myself. Combine fields, don't care. Comparison operation, we just finished updating. And so now let's implement one of these. Let's implement the equals operation, because that one will have a left side and a right side. Just to keep this in mind, our base class, our comparison operation base, gives us for free the mapping rule base left operand, mapping rule base right operand. So when you think about a comparison operation, it's something on the left, some comparison operator, something on the right. And that's a very simplistic way of looking at it. But note that you can group things together if one of your mapping rules has a comparison operator as well, conditional operator as well. So then that would be if this equals this, and then you have another comparison operator, and this equals this as another group. I don't know. We'll figure out how to do ands and ors as well. Gosh. The thing that I'm most dreading is making the UI for this. Okay, so equals operation. What are all the transform operations? So if you go to the GitHub, whatever this is called, GitHub pages for the open source version of this library, it won't have this conditional one that we're working on yet, but it will eventually. You drag and drop any file you want as long as it has rows of data with or without column header. So you drag and drop your file, it shows them here, and then you click on this button here. It's not super duper clear, so I want to improve the UI's clarity on what this does. It's supposed to have a tooltip, but this is show the field mapper. Then you pick a field, click on the pencil to get to the value transformations, and in this list are all of the value transformations currently. But on top of that, the new one that we're adding is called a conditional operation, an if then else operation. And that is going to have conditional comparison operators as well, such as in equals or whatever. So for equals, we need to get the no left result is going to be left operand dot evaluate, not evaluate, dot apply. Oh. And this, I knew it. I know it. I know it. This is asynchronous, isn't it? So everything needs to be asynchronous. Oh. I wasn't thinking. This needs to be a task of bool. And then everything needs to be a task of bool. So let's do another find and replace. Copy you, make you a task of bool. Replace all. Okay, we're done. We did it. So now you're going to be asynchronous. So we're going to do left operand. So the thing that we need is for an equals, we must have a left hand and a right hand. Wait, what was I just now doing? Oh, the true and false. Right. So with that said, the left operand is nullable because I want to be able to create a new object and then populate it later based on the mapping rule that you choose for the left operand. So if left operand is null or right operand is null, like this is a decision to be made. One of the decisions that I already made is incorrect assumptions is what it is. Where's the apply for the conditional operation? Oh, dagnabbit. So if the left operation, or if the comparison operation is null, yeah, so what was I working on? It had to have been the equals operation. Did I not get latest? I did get latest. Let me check another computer real quick. Oh, what happened to you, Windows Swap? Refresh. And why am I off center? Scoot over. Scoot. There are no changes and no local changes. Everything is committed. Task 532. Yes. So everything is committed. I thought that I wrote some logic for the equals operation. I did. I wrote some logic for the equals operation. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste it and then I'll show my screen again. Close. Okay, back to desktop. So this was the logic that I started, which is under the assumption that if the left operand and the right operand are both null, then an equals operation says null is equal to null. Yes, so return true. If the left operand is null and the right operand is not null, or the left operand is not null and the right operand is null, then null is not equal to something that is not null. Not necessarily true. Because if the right operand evaluates to null, we'd have to still apply the evaluation. Okay, so we're going to do it this way then, instead. Task, completed task. Nope, task from... No, we're going to make it null. Wait. Wait. Come on, brain. You got this. If left operand is null, yeah, I still think I want to do it like this. And then we have to type. Come on, brain. So if left operand is null, we'll shorthand this in a second, I hope. If the left operand is null, then return a new transformation result. How about a result with value equals null? Otherwise, return the await left operand. Okay, can I simplify this? So if the left operand is null, then we return a new or a copy of the original transformation result with the value equals null. Otherwise, we return the result of applying the left operand. Could I do this with, go down here, await left operand, question mark, dot apply. This is going to be an issue because it's possible that the task is null. Task from result with value equals null. Yes. Okay, so evaluate left operand if it's not null, the apply method of the left operand. Otherwise, we get back the result. Same thing with right. And we return left result equals right result value. Cool. The problem is that we do lose the errors here. So do we want for this library to check if left result was error, was failure, then throw, and we can use the left result dot error message in the response. Same thing with the right. Okay, is this a good idea? I would rather be able to return a transformation result instead of throwing exceptions. Real quick, one thing that I'm going to do since I made all of those updates is a quick commit. I guess. I mean, like, I really suck at knowing whether I'm following some established pattern or if it's just something that I'm deciding to do myself because it makes sense for it to be done that way. Um, but yeah, probably. I think it's called a result pattern, maybe. Sorry, I got a work email. Let me respond to this real quick, but feel free to continue writing more to clarify. Um, I got an email from someone at work that's trying to do something that they need access to. So I need to switch to do that real quick. But while I'm doing that, I will respond to your thoughts, questions, etc. Okay. So Dan Pan was saying, yeah, probably has a name. Knowing the concept is more important. Yeah. I mean, and again, I'm not purposefully trying to adhere to any established patterns that are named. I'm following patterns that I found to be like, I may have researched them and come across them and been told the name of them even, but I was like, the only thing I'm taking away from it is the approach, and I liked it, this approach, and I want to keep using it kind of situation. Let me see if she's also trying to get in contact with me via Teams. Okay. I want you over on this screen. Well, no, that'll block chat. Will it though? I can see chat down there. I want you on this screen, please. Thank you. All right. Active Directory. So one of my hats is server admin. And I'm not a server admin. I know just enough to give users access to resources and things of this nature. But I definitely... Oh. No, that's her. Deflex says, in fact, period. That's the end of the statement. Just in fact. Why does she not have access? Security. Yeah, the Document Tracking Center has access to this drive. And she is in the Active Directory group Document Tracking Center. If I check the specific folder she's looking at, Oh. Oh, how interesting. The document tracking center doesn't have explicit permissions for the folder, and that folder is not inheriting from the parent. How did that happen? Inquiring minds want to know. And are any of the subfolders in that folder, do they have different permissions? So Deflux is making claims about me. He's saying, I am changing my career to just being a server admin, inviting users to send him requests. To send me requests to do server admin work, and also do not have anyone else manage this for contractual reasons. So I don't appreciate you spreading rumors and lies about my preferences and choices. No. I love software development. I love writing code. I love automating things, which I guess server admins get the opportunity to do. So that part of the server admin job I would love. But user maintenance, server maintenance, applying, patching, updates, installing resources, user access, all of that stuff. Architecting. No thanks. That's not for me. Oh, come on. This is going to take forever. So I guess I can make some decisions from here now. What to do with failures that happen. I think this screen is far enough out of the way that it won't get in the way. We can go back to the desktop. Ask the user to switch themselves off and on again. See if it's fixed. I probably will have to ask her to log off and log back on after updating the permissions. That's a lie. Because I'm updating the folder permissions to allow a group, I'm not updating her personal permissions to be part of a group or anything. She's already part of this group. Okay, desktop. Cool. So I really, really want to return a transformation result where the value is a Boolean. But I don't know if that's possible. Okay, well, that actually took less time than I thought it would. So I am closing out of that, and I'm going to ask her to try again. Did I mention I work with some amazing people, though? What are the properties of transformation result? It's a simple record that keeps track of the original value, because like what I'm doing is I'm tracking every step of the transformation operation change. So the first time, the original value is going to be whatever the incoming value is from the field that we are referencing. And then the current value will be when you apply the first transformation. This is the current value. That value goes into the next operation. And then that gets transformed into the next operation, and however many there are, but the original value stays the same. But when you look at it, every step says, here's the incoming value, here's what I transformed it to. And then there is this error messages where if any step causes an error to happen, then we have the error messages, and then we have this was failure Boolean that is, were there any error messages added? If so, then wait, did Big Gamey just rage quit his stream? Awesome, she has access. Okay, and all inputs outputs are string. Yeah, so the approach that I decided to take was to go ahead and make them strings. They could be objects. It just seemed easier to manipulate and work with if they were strings, and then do any of the casting that needed to be casted when it's getting output to its final type, which is kind of annoying for the calculation operation, because this only operates on numeric values. So we have to do this thing where we test to make sure, can the incoming string value be parsed as a number? But the thing is that because the calculate operations relies on this external library called Jace, then Jace is expecting a string value to be input. So the numeric 16 as a string, the plus sign, some other number value, and then it parses it and then does the calculation on that. So it's really not that terrible when it comes to the calculation, because it's already needing to be a string as is. But that's one of those places where an error could occur, and I would put the error inside of the error messages. But yeah, that was a decision, and that can be changed. Really, once again, I keep trapping myself in this situation, and I make the excuse that I was on a limited amount of time since this is a work product. They gave me the task in September and said we're going to start getting files in October. Can this be done? And I'm like, at an initial glance, yes, but we need to talk more about the requirements. And as I got more and more requirements, ended up being a lot more work than it looked like to begin with. But yeah, Big Amy did raid out. I didn't even hear him giving his closing spiel. I thought I would have at least heard that and been ready for it. Oh well. Oh well. So yes, I mean, this is the last piece that I want to have working for the minimum usable product. I'm going to call it that instead of the MLP, MVP. I'm going to call it MUP, just to throw another acronym out there. Did I just brain blank for a minute? I think I did. I went somewhere else. I might take 5-ish minute break in about 15 minutes. I don't want to participate in this intention experiment that's going to go on, that started on Saturday, and it's going to go on through tomorrow. I at least want to do real time for 5 minutes, but I know I can do it afterwards and still affect it, but still want to do it real time. Okay. So we'll get to that when we get to that. But for now, do you have any more questions on that, Dan? Because it sounds like your wheels are churning. You're like, maybe here's an approach. DC Huggy says, shh, I stayed up until 2 a.m. in VR chat and now I'm playing hooky. Nice, Kelly. Oh, thank goodness. She's so cool. She's so cool. I didn't see any stream this weekend though, which is fine. Again, no pressure, but it would have been cool. It would have been cool. I was thinking of generics. Me too, definitely. In this scenario, but if most of it is string based anyway, that maybe it makes the most sense to use strings, but it's not though. I agree with you. I wanted to go that direction. It was a little bit more complex. It would have taken up more time than I was willing to use on it immediately, but we can do that. We can definitely change it over to use like a typed transformation result. The one interesting thing to consider is that a transformation result could be transforming something from a numeric value to a string, or a string to a numeric value, or a string to an array, or a string to an array of numbers. So array of string, array of numbers, a Boolean value. So the incoming data, this data table from the file that you pull in, because I'm using the Excel data reader library, does give us typed data back based off of the type of data that are in those records. So for example, the dilution factor, because all of these are numeric, they are stored in the data table. This column is stored as an integer column. Same thing with this one. If there was one that only had the strings true and false, or maybe even y and n, those would get stored as Boolean column types as the incoming data table. And definitely the outgoing, the target C# type, these are all typed as actual. The target type for this is a string, target type for this is a string, target type for this is a number, is a decimal, target type for this is a string, this is nullable, this is nullable. So those kinds of things. So it does make sense to do a type transformation result, but at the same time, I'd have to be able to interchange the current type of that transformation result based on the transformation steps and what they're expecting. I forgot about dates too. So I think that's why I opted just to make everything a string and then only do any type conversions when we're outputting it to the table, which for whatever reason, the preview is causing an exception. But that's okay. We're gonna we work on the open source version on Friday streams, so I'm not going to be too concerned about that at the moment. Really annoying though. It's really very annoying. You can go over here. You're falling lower on my list. Oh gosh. Yeah, we really need to finish this one last piece so that I can turn it into a NuGet package that I can reference in the lab data import utility, so that I can build the tool, the web tool in the pipeline. But yes, I definitely agree with generics. I love generics. Okay. And it should be pretty easy if I make this an I transformation result. Yeah, without knowing this entire thing, I'd say keep up with what you're going, or keep. See my reading ability? I'd say keep going with what you have now. You can then change if you feel it is necessary or if the transformations become too clunky to use or test. Very, very good thoughts. And I appreciate you saying that. Absolutely do. The considerations that I tend to keep in mind for that type of thought are that once we're done with this and we have a working stable version of this deployed, the only things I'll be doing on it from that point until the foreseeable future is maintenance, which means there will be very little code refactoring and very little improvements just for doing things away, like reorganization, which I guess is part of refactoring, because I will be moving on to another task, another app, another bug, and we will only be in responding mode, in reactive mode to I ran into this bug while I was using it, and then we'll go in and fix it and do some refactoring while fixing it. So I want to get it as close to what the original intent without taking too much time, because I know that we aren't going to be able to just continue working only on this. However, because Friday streams are the open source version of this part of the library, then I can feel confident that we'll be able to refactor that and make changes, and I'll be able to take advantage of those changes and use them here in the work product. So, good times. Awesome times. Yeah, not to overdo it, but also to not just throw things in there because time crunch. Because I've shot myself in the foot. Like, foot gun? Is that a term that someone told me recently? Is that you, DC Nikki? You or President Not Sure or Deflux or somebody gave me that phrase on Friday's stream. Or was it you, Dan? Danny, dang it, I told you I was going to remember. This is me remembering, just super late after saying your name 80 times. Okay. What was I hung up on? Whether or not to throw exceptions during the equals operation or to return a transformation result. So for now, we're going to go with exceptions. Okay. So for the equals, we're going to throw an exception if either left result or right result were errors or failures. It's Swedish, so I don't blame you. Well, I am aware of various Swedish streamers and have been listening to them long enough to be used to it. You know? For example, Thindle. Shout out to Thindle, who is a .NET developer. Oh no, it's doing the thing again, where I did the shout out, but it's not actually shouting out. Or maybe it is, but it's not showing up. Anyway, Thindle is a .NET developer streamer working on legacy applications, e-commerce applications, and bringing them up to modern technology. Amazing times. He's getting better. He's recovering from a illness that he had, so he should be getting back to streaming soon-ish, and it'll be on Tuesdays is when he typically streams, and there it goes. Don't do this, Twitch. Don't do this. Even Dukabot is having a little lag. Or just not running. If you would pronounce it the Swedish way, it would be Dunne Punne. I don't think that I could translate that to the accent that I hear Thindle speaking with, or Eagle, or any of the other. Done pone. With an emphasis on the A, on the E. Done pone. Anyway, let's just build a generic method that can do everything, that take T and return U, though we'd also need to pass in a func or something since we couldn't know in advance how to get to U from T. Yeah. This is my library. It's called the C# language. The C# language in one generic function. Close enough. I don't like being close enough. I want to be spot on. Done pone. Done pone. Something. Okay, equals operation. I think we're done though. We're doing the comparison. We're good to go. The difficult one is going to be these the ones that will act differently based on whether we're comparing numerics, booleans, dates, or strings. So I'm going to keep doing mini commits every single time. So our next commit is going to be implemented equals comparison operation. Comparison operation. Donapana. Donapona. Yes! Oh dear. I got a yes. Sounding like a true Swede. Now, am I cursing by saying it correctly? Donna is just the nickname for Daniel. Oh, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Control O. Nice. Oh, come in. I'll be right with you. And in fact, yeah. What I need to do is 8,000 things at the same time. Okay. All right, so 8,000 things at the same time. Here I go. Thing one, open on the right on the correct screen. Cut you if you don't. This is me showing love to software. Mm-hmm. Gaia. You're going to be in 1 minute. Oh, just load. Okay, I am going to take my break now. I will be back in about 5-ish minutes. Exclude the phonetic spelling. Vod, Bocker, do, Dunne, Dunna. What? 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 Okay, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Music. Awesome. And we're back. All right, thank you so much for... should have refilled my water while I was away. Whatever. I'll do that in a little bit too. May seem a little disconnected for a minute, but I am here. Put my ears back on in a minute. But we'll keep going. So what I wanted to look at next was something like a greater than operation that will evaluate whether one value is greater than another value. The left side is greater than the right side. But before I do that, let me acknowledge Emporium Guy. Thank you so much for the raid, Emporium Guy. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I was lurking in your stream, hanging out with you. So how did it go? What were you working on watching Dan Roth? If you're still around, of course. If not, I completely understand. Okay, so this should be able to get filled in by Copilot pretty easily. I'm going to give it a second, because it's going to follow the equals operation even up until the last comparison. So do we know? Yeah, this is not going to be good, because if it's a numerical value that we are evaluating, we know that comparing a string number, a string representation of a number to a numeric value is not the same thing. Yeah, we were talking about that in TBD Gamer stream. No, that was earlier this stream, wasn't it? At the beginning of today's stream, Jamie was asking what are the pros and cons of using Blazor, and I did mention that one of the things I hear that happens a lot is struggles with render modes, especially if you're using something like render mode auto, which makes perfect sense, of course, because your code has access to different things based on whether it's running in Blazor server versus Blazor WebAssembly. So were you able to find out where your situation was? Or what was causing your situations? One thing I would encourage anyone using Blazor for, and you're not used to the difference between a server render mode versus a WebAssembly render mode, is to not use render modes at all in your app to begin with. Just get used to Razor syntax, get used to the way that Blazor components work based on what you are used to. If you're used to all of your applications being hosted on a server like an MVC app or an ASP.NET Razor Pages app, and you use JavaScript to do all of your client-side stuff, just try leaving it in render mode server and replacing your JavaScript with C#. For those of you that are used to other technologies, especially JavaScript technologies that have this kind of front-end stuff with an API backend, then consider using only Blazor WebAssembly, where you have a HTTP client that is communicating with your API backend and getting and transforming the results that way. Then once you kind of get that grasp, then you can see that your HTTP request code is the thing that is driving all of your not your interactions, the way that you communicate with the server versus being able to directly perform the operations because you are already running on the server. then you extract those two different approaches into their own project libraries and abstract them by creating an interface that both of them implement, so that your implementation is what's being used by, your interface class is what's being used by the Blazor components and stuff, and you're just requesting data from that interface, and then you're injecting whether it's going to be performing the actual server operation on the server, or using a HTTP client, for example, to send a request to the server and get back a response. Hello for fast. That is one of my favorite sound effects. I'm kind of sad that I wasn't able to hear it because my headphones are off for one more minute. But I will put my headphones back on, and you can replay the sound if you want after I get my headphones back on. Emporium guy is saying, I've gotten to the point where I feel auto is a bane instead of a boon. Yes, and so I definitely understand the frustration with it. And for me, though, because of the way that I have been structuring my applications, where all of my server code is in a separate library, I don't have anything in this code base to show an example of that. But let's do water management. Okie. So this is just an approach. The way that I've been doing it for about 6 years now. When did Blazor come out? Actually, it would be less than that, because I didn't start approaching it like this until I had some more experience with Blazor, and a desire to create both Blazor server and Blazor WebAssembly versions of my applications. And so in essence, I have the UI, the Blazor UI, and that is just a Razor class library, and it has a whole bunch of Blazor components in it. When you see anything in these, when you see external services in these, like things that are supposed to be done on the database, on the server, like getting information from the database, you'll see me use state classes to persist data and share data across components, as well as this is not a good example. As well as service classes. So these are all interfaces. And so anywhere in my code, you're either going to see a POCO, plain old CLR object, which is just a class with a whole bunch of properties in it, that is shared between the server, between the client. So you'll see me use those directly, like this TP all report data. Or you'll see me using only interfaces and abstract classes. So whatever base or whatever. And those are the things that have the methods for process requests, for get data, for do search, for whatever other things. Then the implementation of those interfaces, I'm going to have a client-side implementation, which uses a HTTP client to do an API request and turn it into a response model. that my UI can use, or the server-side implementation. Oops. You there. Or the server-side implementation that actually does the go to the database, do these queries, send back data. All right, I'm gonna put my headphones on. And so it is. Okay, thank you for hanging out with me through that. So yeah, so here's all of the server-side logic, separate library, client-side logic, separate library, and the way that the application knows which one to use is when program.cs for the server side of this thing runs, then we're going to add the server-side implementation, which I usually do through an extension method that is called add server services. Yeah, add server services. So this would set up all of my server-side implementations of the services. Then for the client side in program.cs, I would do add client services, which has the HTTP request versions of those interfaces. But again, the UI itself only accesses the interfaces and or base classes if there are base classes. And that has helped me a lot with, it doesn't matter if I'm running in render mode auto or only in render mode server or only in render mode client, Blazor Wasm, because the correct service is going to get injected based on how the application starts up. So again, just one approach. And maybe you like it. Maybe you find some things in it that you like and some things that you don't like. And you only partially like the approach. Ooh, taking me a minute to come back. Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll refill my water bottles. Another quick 2-minute break, or less than 2-minute break, most likely. I'm gonna come right back and we will fill in the greater than operation. But this time I'll keep my headphones on, so if you want to play any sound alerts or whatever, I'll hear them this time. nom. Also, noms. No, what's happening to Dukabot? Well, here. I'll make up a new random omnom. Okay. So hello. When evaluating good operation, we're going to sanction the yellow operation. Okay. No problem, problem. We need some kind of way to determine. No, where's the best bots joke? Come on, best bot, we need your jokes. It was a new joke and it was not that bad. So other bot posted a joke that said, I went on a date last night with a girl from the zoo. It was great. She's a keeper. Kind of like saying I went on a joke with a goalie. It would have been better if it was a football joke. Music is still loud. It's because I'm omnomming. Almost done though. All right. So here we go. No more nom-noms. Camera comes back. I brought over the code from the equals, but there's going to be an issue when we get to this point here. And the reason why is because this is a string and this is a string. So I could do some kind of compare. And I think this gives us back whether it's greater than, less than, etc. Or maybe something like this. String dot compare. Hello, Napalm. And then we could do something like, or is greater than 0. We could do something like this to indicate that, you know, whatever the syntax is, I would make sure that this is the right order, where string A is greater than string B, therefore this is greater than 0. I don't know if that's the actual way, but we're not going to use this. That's why I'm not really caring about it. The reason is because the values that we're taking in are always going to be strings, but we might be performing a numeric comparison, a date comparison, a Boolean comparison. So is true greater than false? Does it even make sense to have greater than available for greater than for Boolean fields? And how do we even know what the type comparison should be? We don't, because everything's a string. Hey, welcome back, Dukabot. Welcome back. So, Jad joke. We get 2 for the price of none. Other bot says, chances are, if you've seen one shopping center, you've seen them all. You know, Juan, Do you know his twin brother Amal? Well, if you've seen Juan, you've seen them all. Dukesoft Bot, Best Bot says, what did one snowman say to the other snowman? Do you smell carrot? Not a great one. Not a great one, Dukebot. You could have picked a better one. But that's fine. Welcome back. All the same. Napalm is here and says, hey all, happy Monday. Life work has been crazy lately. Sorry for being MIA. How is the Azure certification going? What's the status on that? I haven't asked you lately. If at first you don't succeed, perhaps skydiving is not for you. Morbid. Dark. Okay, so we know that string compare isn't a good thing to use here. All right, you'll be scheduling soon. Haven't failed any of my practice tests. Generally seem to be in the 80s to 90s percentile. All right, well, sending you all the best, all of the remembering energy, all of the ability to understand the trip up questions that they're going to try to throw at you. In fact, just hoping for very few of those that are like, well, you just need to read the question closer. Well, you guys need to not try to purposefully get people to need to retake the test for more money. Yeah, we'll set the intention to get you a good question set. Okay. So what are we supposed to do for this? I need to think about how to provide the data type information to the evaluation steps. Oh gosh. Oh geez, and also thank you so much for the follow. I did not mean to completely ignore it. I was in the middle, so not that anyone asked, but I am excited about this thing. I was in the middle, or not in the middle. This is day 3 of an intention setting experiment, and I'm participating in it because I want to prove that the intention and stuff that you have are impactful. That's it. So providing empirical evidence, measurable evidence, that whole aim statement situation. Yeah. So I'm participating in this thing. And tomorrow is day 4. If any of you are interested in knowing anything about it, which you don't have to, just go to Gaia.com. There's a banner right at the top that'll give you information. GAIA.com. That's all I'll say about that. So moving on. We're still going to evaluate the left result and the right result the same way. We're going to throw errors on the evaluations themselves, which means that this is going to be repeatable code. Yeah, this entire block is going to be repeatable code, except for the situations where we might only have a left side. So an example of having only a left side would be the is null, is false, and the not versions of those. In which case we would only have a left operand. All right. Thanks, DC Aggie, for hanging out as long as you did. I hope you have a great therapies. But yeah, the question still remains, how do we let this method know, or at least this class, know what the data type is that we are trying to evaluate on the left and right sides? Are we evaluating these greater than, less than as numeric values? Are we evaluating them as date values, as string values? And this would be the place where turning the transformation result into a generic would be helpful and beneficial. Yeah. Okay. Because so an example of one way that I did a workaround for this, I really need to think hard about the approach we should take here and whether we should start reconsidering that transformation result. So think of regular expressions. If you do a regular expression match on an input string, you're going to get back matches. So a match, a singular match, would be, here is the string that matched your pattern from your input string. Here is another string that matched your pattern. So what we get back from a regular expression is potentially an array of matches. You mean Roswell expression? I'm convinced regex was founded on the crash ship at Roswell. Oh dear. You're just goading me. You're goading me. Let's talk about Roswell, shall we? Was it really an accident? Offensive, Emporium guy. Offensive. I mean, potentially yes, but not in the way you think. But that's okay. You don't know that. I'll let you play. Have fun. Enjoy. Okay. So regular expression matches. They will give us back the JSON serialized array of values, or the singular value. So what we're really looking at here with this response, where my value is a string that holds the response, is almost a union type of response. Because I made this a string, and because I'm making it JSON serializable and deserializable. Offensive. Offensive. No. In that community, there is a discussion that has been coming up lately. Not that I'm a part of that community, but I am. About the term alien versus extraterrestrial, or the name of the actual species or race or whatever. So yeah, I do find that conversation to be a little much, and it's yeah. Exactly. So have you heard of disclosure? So according to one specific speaker and subject matter expert on the topics, they personally don't like the term alien because of the connotations, the negative connotations and such, in higher densities, Reg. And so like the real term for anyone that is not of Earth would be extraterrestrial. Alien is a catch-all term for anything that we don't understand. That's the argument. Take it or leave it. I don't have a point of view on it. I'm not offended by either. But they make a good case for it. But yeah, the whole part getting away from software development. My girlfriend is an alien in that case. Yeah, so Napalm says I prefer extraterrestrial, biological entity, or EBE. I don't think I'm familiar with EBE, unless that is the extraterrestrial biological entity is one big phrase that's termed EBE. But the whole they're disclosing things, and because of everything that we've been exposed to through sci-fi, through other world events that have happened, we're just kind of desensitized to it. And it's like, okay, yeah, we know aliens exist. Aliens exist. Give us some more information. Or right now we've got COVID to deal with, so why are you telling us this now? You're just adding on to it. And that was kind of the part of the disclosure process, but we will have more disclosure coming up. And it'll be a mix of real disclosure and staged disclosure. But staged disclosure has a much less chance of happening because there's so much information going out now about secret government projects, about corporate projects, about extraterrestrials that have already been interacting with us, etc. So it'll be fun times going forward. Just saying, 100 years in 1 year this year, it's going to be a lot happening. Go with it. Live life today like this is the life that you have, like this is reality, because it is reality. Love each other. Enjoy each other. Support each other. That's my takeaway. Right now, what you are living is real. All of your experiences are real. They are happening to you. You are perceiving them correctly. And there is more to it than what you are perceiving. So go with that. I'm dropping it. I'm going to drop it because I really need to think about this. Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm really trying to not be as serious about it. You're definitely allowed to play with it. You're definitely allowed to have fun and joke and whatever. I don't want to impose anything on anyone ever. That's just my personality. I will share with you things that I understand and things that I perceive, but nothing that I say is the absolute truth or even remote truth. I could be completely wrong in everything. But one thing that I know that I'm personally going to do is try to just spread love to people more. Because there is no harm in that. There is no negative outcome that could come from doing that part of it. So why not just do it? They might have, probably not anymore. So Loch Ness is a type of selkie, which is a mythological creature, but it is entirely possible that selkies have existed. It's a dinosaur. Bigfoot could be an extraterrestrial species that came to Earth, lives inside of the Earth, potentially. humans could be over 500,000 years old. Dinosaur! Hi, Big Gamey. God. Where are the feathers? There's just so much to parse, so much for you to use your own discernment to know what is true for you, not true for you. I hazard spreading any kind of information on this channel that isn't software development because I can have opinions about that all day long, but talking about extraterrestrial life, talking about the origins of man and the effects of energetic self, what are known as chakras and prana and Merkabas and all of that stuff. Those are all, they don't have as strong scientific backing. They're getting more, but they don't have as strong scientific backing, observable backing that is provable. So they're more opinionated than saying this is a pattern that you could use. What are those? Are those hellos? Anyway, hi Pterodarts, soon to be renamed. Do you have an update on your polls and stuff? Dang, all of you stopped streaming. Why would you do that? Who am I supposed to be lurking on? Twitch? We got Oik, CodeRad, ooh, Tomate Salat, CodeRad Games, Tomate Salat, and I saw Adobe was live too. Bang. Okay, lurkin. Done. Lurk. What is that enemy? That is creepy. Oh gosh. Quick shout out to CodeRad Games because his game, I don't know if you've tried the demo, but he had a demo out. I don't know if it's still out. Shout out CodeRad Games. Oh, which Dukasoft was on that. Or Dukasoft did a shout out recently. Dukasoft did a shout out recently for probably Big Gamey? Pterodarts? Anyway, his game is called Roguelite. It's a roguelite roguelike? I don't know. I keep getting told the difference between roguelite and roguelike. But pretty much you traverse through levels, getting as far as you can, get XP, increase your gear, die, start over with better stats, slightly better stats, increase, etc. So it's one of those types of games, but he's making this super duper impressive looking mob currently that looks like some kind of mushroom being. It's very impressive. Very impressive. So anyway, check out CodeRad. Check out Roguelite on Steam. Yeah, demo is available still. Good times. Okay. So Big Amy is telling me, again, I will do my best to remember, but no guarantees. So roguelike game adheres to the original rogue game mechanics, meaning each run is completely separate with no progress carried over upon death, while roguelite incorporates elements of permadeath and procedural generation, but allows for some form of persistent progression between runs. So yeah, I honestly don't know which his is. I honestly don't know if you carry over previous runs. And I like the allegedly at the end. some form of persistence between runs, like unlocking new abilities or items, making each subsequent run slightly easier or more advantageous than the last. Allegedly. Thank you, Big Amy. It shouldn't be too hard to remember. Roguelike is the one that is most like Rogue, the original Rogue game. Roguelite adds to it. Although it shouldn't be called Roguelite. It should be called Rogue More. Rogue Edition. Rogue Plus. Run sounds like a bad night at Taco Bell. Oh. Bleh. Bleh. We get 2 dad jokes for the price of none. So Otherbot says, why did the house go to the doctor? It was having window pains. And BestBot says, what do you call a criminal going down the stairs? Condescending. Do you get it? Do you get it? Because I don't. Can someone explain it to me? So what I'm thinking of doing after all of that after all of that sidebar stuff is, instead of making this yeah, oh gosh, can I do that? Instead of making this generic, what if, because I'm not using it anywhere at the moment, what if we added a public type, original value type. Oh, what are you doing, Copilot? And a public type, current value type. A public type, current value type. Make sure that they are populated every time that we create the object, so they are going to be non-nullable. I'll clean up the warnings and I'll add comments to them. Well, may as well add the comments now because it's just going to be Copilot creating the comments for me. But we still have the nullability situation to take care of. If I add required to it right now, it's going to break a lot of places because I am declaring a new transformation result in various places without quite knowing how to get the type in those places yet. Okay. I'm processing like 1,000 thoughts on where I could go with this. I'm also giving you time to be like, sure, you should be doing that. Or maybe also saying, yeah, that's a pretty good approach. Okay, so if we had type as part of the transformation result, and we were in something like a calculate operation, then our result that we are returning is going to be the result with type current value type equals type of decimal. Oh yeah, groceries. But I've already written all of the logic in the calculate operation to check that the values that we are using are a valid mathematical formula. can be used in a mathematical formula, is what I mean. Gosh. And then if we look at something like a interpolate operation, we know that an interpolation will give us back a string regardless. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So there goes the shout out for Terrier Darts, who we saw come in earlier, who might be getting a rename eventually. Terrier Darts works in StreamerBot type plugin development, I believe. I haven't really caught very many Terrier Dart streams, but just to see him. He also throws darts at things randomly. Eventually. But here is a clip. Hey,
myself. And we test it. It's now going to say that I am online. And that is the easiest way to check if someone is online. Using a Decapi API call and the is offline check.
Yeah, when TBD gets his developers.stream up and running, his API up and running, you should write a plugin for StreamerBot to make it easy to be like, this person just chatted. Are they in developers.stream? If so, let's do a shout out for them with the description coming from developers.stream. He's currently on sabbatical, promises to return this year to streaming, or he will turn into a pumpkin, obviously. Yeah, it sounds entirely possible. So you're pretty much just saying someone chatted, query the API, if this is the first time that they chatted, query the API, and if it comes back with a result, do a shout out for their username with this description afterwards. And then give that to everyone and be like, all you need is just an API key from developers.stream. So if you don't know what developers.stream is, though, TBD Gamer is working on a tool that will be essentially a directory for you to opt into to be discoverable as a developer who streams on various platforms, so it doesn't just have to be Twitch. And you can customize your description. So for example, well, first let me put my blurb on what I have for developers.stream with the open source repo that he's not ready to take pull request for yet. He is in development on that. He works on that on Mondays and Fridays at 7 a.m. Eastern time, which is UTC minus 5 currently. But let's say that I wanted to shout out Terrier. Do I have one? No, I can't do Terrier Darth. Let's say I wanted to shout out BitGamey. This is the blurb that I created for BitGamey that I use on his stream. So I do manual shoutouts on his stream. I don't think we'll be able to do the actual shout out for BitGamey because we did one recently. But there, shout out for BitGamey, and then I would paste this in. If this is what BitGamey approved as the description for himself on developers.stream, this is what would come back from developers.stream. And after you do the shout out, also provide this information that's a little bit more specific than the about block or what they were last seen streaming. So for me, it's just a notepad that I copy and paste from. And of course I have what are you called? Stream elements. I populated all of my blurbs into stream elements, and I just have it going on a random timer. Not a random timer, on a regular timer, and it cycles through all of the people that I have in there to do shoutouts for and descriptions. Oh dear. There's also that could be in the description if Big Gamey so decided he wanted it on there. And of course, if you don't want to be a part of that directory, then your name isn't on there unless you opt into being in that directory. Oops. Okay. So, current value type is type of string. Okay, so we know that our interpolate operation will always give us back a string as the value. We know that our calculate operation is always going to give us back a numeric. Is that in C# language yet? Is there a I number? There is an I number now. But why is it a generic? Why must you be a generic? I thought that there was going to be a base number. Oh, no, that's still a generic. A base number that all numbers could be. Regardless of whether you're an int, a short, so int 16 through int 64, double, decimal, single, which is a float. Yeah, I thought that there was a very, very, very base numeric. But maybe it's not. Maybe it was in the plan and didn't make it in, or it's actually just never been a thing. It's just something I wanted to be a thing. But yeah. Point is, it's a number. It's an Umberto. And I don't remember who made this comment, but someone made the comment of, I don't remember what feature it was, but they're like, C# trying to be more JavaScripty again. I'm like, yeah, there are some things from JavaScript that are beneficial. Like the thing that a lot of people keep bringing up that I'm just like, use interfaces or abstract classes are discriminated unions. Is that what they're called? Anyway, the ones where it could be this or this or this or this kind of thing. Which, by the way, Anna Sastev is making her own version of. Hello, Calican. What do you want to go by? Call Ankin? Or Callan Can? Or I'll discriminate your union. In 2025, we probably shouldn't name it that. True. Anyway, Cal came in. Cal Lankin. Did I get it right? And said, hi, I want to get started with PowerPoint and programming HTML. Do you think if I start programming at 240 FPS, it's too low? Or would I need more? That sounds pretty trolly, but yeah, your FPS mileage may vary. The thing to answer your question in the thing you would need in order to get good at the programming you're talking about is RGB. Everyone knows that increases your FPS. So regardless of what FPS you start at, getting RGB will increase it. Okay, so I don't know if that was an honest question. If it is, I apologize, but I didn't take it as an honest question. Not mixing technologies like that. I don't like to not take people seriously, but that question was just a little too far. Okay. what else am I missing? I'm missing the, I guess combined fields operation is going to be tough because combined fields is when you have multiple input fields of different types that are going to output to one target type. So there really isn't a way for me to determine, based on the conditional operation, what the ultimate warrior, what the ultimate target type is going to be. That would only be in the field mapping. You only 1330s. Oh dear. Did I trigger some of you? It's okay, Napalm. You've been through some stressful times, and it sounds like work is getting really busy for you. Or just life in general is getting really busy for you. You are allowed. I'll do a better job of creating a safe space. I'm sorry for last Friday. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm not doing that anymore. Okay. So there is a, what do you have field mapping? Do you have a way for me to get the, I just turned into a little whiny child because I couldn't handle the stress of streaming. And yeah, that's all. That's all. It's in the VOD if you are that interested in seeing it. Did I actually timestamp that? I didn't timestamp it yet. Let me timestamp when the workday stream actually started. Look at me procrastinating because I can't think of what it is that I'm trying to do with that yet. Here we go. That was almost spot on. 2:30. Oh, this is such good music. I love the stream music. Wait, so Napalm, I'm starting to wonder if you are actually speaking the same language as me, or if you are kind of just joking about those things, which you're allowed. Absolutely, you're allowed. But yes. Oh, there it is. 2:31:45. Okay, so for that stream. Okay, so no. The answer is no. 0:00:00 is intro plus community day. Then at 02:31:45 is what is the name of the normal stream? Workday stream / data import utility project. Okay, save that, and we should now have chapters with the workday stream. And I think it happened during the workday stream because community day is fully interruptible, and then I'm like, my intention for workday stream is to get work done and still be able to talk with you guys about stuff. But then it was just, I started not feeling, it just wasn't easy. That's all. So anyway, now field mapping. We get the apply method, which gives us back an IEnumerable of transformation results, and that's because we get back a transformation result for every row in our source data for that field. So a single field mapping for our intents and purposes is the mapping that we set up for some input field or fields to go to some target field. This is one field mapping. If I have this as a combined field, then every single one of these input fields with how to combine them is one field mapping. Because this is talking about a specific column, input column, we're getting one result per record for all of our input columns. So if we had a combination of lab sample ID and matrix here, our result would be for row number 1, 280-190-533-1, and then dash water, just because that was the rule that I gave it. But that's still just one value outputting specifically to the lab sample ID column. Property of our output target type. That said, the field's transformation result should know the target value type. Because the field mapping knows the target type. Right here. But that doesn't help us during the transformation operation, because the transformations exist inside of the mapping rules that are associated with the field mapping. So it goes, field mapping is the wrapping object. Mapping rule lives inside of a field mapping. It's the constant value, combined values, copy value, ignore this field. Or whatever else you might dream up, because it's extensible. And then for a given mapping rule, that's when we're going to need to know what is the target type. Not what is the target type, what is the incoming type? Okay. So when we do the apply method, for example, the apply method of the copy rule. Remember, this is for one field mapping. So for this first field mapping, we have a copy rule that says copy the values from lab sample ID. If you do an apply by itself for every record in the source table, we'll get back a transformation result. That said, what even is this? Source field results. What am I looking at here? We have source field results. And then we're copying each of them. What? We're doing the field transformation and we're applying the mapping rule. Okay, got it. That's so confusing. Why did he write it this way? I don't know. The answer is 12, obviously. Which of course, most of you know the correct answer, but I don't want to be correct right now. You can't make me. Oh, Settlix just went live, and Adobe just went offline. I have a free space. Settlix. Seto Kaiba. Who left their orange happy drink up here? So this here is if there are field transformations. So there are two approaches to the copy rule. Approach number one is there are no field transformations specified, which just means take the value from that column for that row and output it. That's your transformation result. The second approach is there are rules specified, transformation rules specified, transformation operations specified that will first transform the data, and then we take whatever that is transformed to and then output that. So here's an example of our output values that we would get back. This is that situation where I have the transformation result at every step, because what if the first thing that I wanted to do was extract all of the numeric groups? And this is my go-to example because it's the easiest for me to reach to. For whatever reason, it's not picking up that that's what I'm doing, but you have mail. I have to respond to that message here in a second, but let's say that this did actually run the way that we're expecting it to, and we got back an array of 3 strings. String number 1 would be 280, string number 2 is 190,533, and string number 3 is 1. That would be one transformation result in this step of 3, where my original value is this, and my output value is this. For the next step, and I'm just remembering this now, for this interpolate step, what we're actually getting... Yeah, why isn't this working? I don't want to use this anymore. I don't want to use the GitHub sample anymore. It's just not working. Errors? Errors. We'll say that it's because of errors. So anyway, let's say we had an array of 3 strings, which would look like this, except, you know, these 3 numbers without the dashes and a comma in between them. So we would get that back. The original value for this step is going to be the previous step's value, current value. And so we would be able to see that the incoming value, original value, is this array of string, and the output value is whatever our interpolation ends up being, which is absolutely broken right now, but that's okay. You have good imaginations. I believe you do. So here the output would be 280-taco. And for all of these, the full process will be, here is our, oh, there it goes. Because I changed which row is currently the one that's being inspected. Okay, so now you can see it. You don't have to use your imagination. So for this step, original value is whatever's coming in from the current field that we're looking at, the current row that we're looking at. For this step, the incoming value is the result of the previous apply step. That way, if an error occurs only in one of these steps, then the user will be able to see, oh, my interpolate syntax is just wrong, even though this is going to be valid syntax, so it's fine. My regular expression syntax is wrong. Yeah. Then they can see that the regular expression is not parsable or something. Parsable. That's dumb that you have to force a refresh. It should just work. Okay. So they can see the error at the specific step that's causing the error. If the first step passed normally, but the second step is the one that failed, then they can see that that's where the error started happening, and then the rest of them are erroring from there. But for here, for a full, this is just for this one value, do the apply for the entire mapping rule, And for that entire field transformation, the original value is the incoming value. The outgoing value or output value is the last resulting thing. So we should, by this point, know what type. So the type needs to be set. What I'm trying to get at is that the type needs to be set on the field transformation apply step. Hello, Fulisnabel. Hood. Not sure if I said hi already. I don't recall seeing you say hi. Doesn't mean that you didn't say hi, but I don't recall you saying hi. It kind of looks like there were a few chats that I missed. Please tell me I didn't. Please tell me Restream is working the way that it's supposed to. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't look like there were any YouTube native messages that came through yet. Kind of looked like there was, but there isn't. Aren't. But hello back, Snubble. Hope your day is going great. I need to read this message real quick and respond to it. And I'm terrible at reading. So now I'm going to be reading an email on stream that has pertinent and important information that I need to understand and respond to correctly. Oh. So you're going to see me taking like 20 minutes just to read 3 lines of message. Neither. Okay. All right. The new database thing is if they want to move the RMAED database, an app maintenance apps to a new solution, like a commercial off the shelf. Oh, do any of you in the places that you work or have worked in the past use commercial off the shelf products that aren't just like the cloud native applications that you get through cloud services, but stuff that you have purchased to meet some kind of data-driven need? An example of it could be something like Power BI before that moved into the cloud, where you kind of had, or SaaS products. Hello, Thindle. You're going everywhere. So SaaS products would be an example where you have someone else that created an app that's an off-the-shelf app that's somewhat customizable but not very customizable, that you just feed it the data because it's standardized the way that it's done. For us, it's an environmental database. Yeah. So right now, you guys know that we have 1,000 applications. One of the main applications is this RMA water application that has our map with our wells, with our well data, and it's just able to present all of this information to the user in this GIS map. They get to see the features in a given area with all of its well information, the most recent reading, water level reading, any chemical stuff that was found recently. And then they can chart it. They can create reports and stuff. So this whole process of generating reports and charts for environmental compliance reports and stuff, there is an off-the-shelf application. There are multiple off-the-shelf applications that can do this type of thing. We just need to feed it the data. And so what they're considering is taking, like, essentially what I'm doing is making it so that any lab could give us data in any form, as long as it's, you know, columnar and columnar, as long as it's organized in a way where the first row is either a column header or just all of the data rows, and we're transforming that and dumping it into our database. So all of this effort that I'm doing, an off-the-shelf product could do. So an ETL type product could do, load it into whatever database solution they have with that product. And I'm all for it. I'm not, as I mentioned before, very keen on being a server admin, which also means configuring and maintaining commercial off-the-shelf applications that are stored and configured on a server. Not a fan of that, but I'll go with whatever decisions they make. So what I want to know is, if you have used commercial off-the-shelf products, especially data-driven products, what are they? What was your experience with it? Because I want to know what types of things I would need to be configuring. When they tell us we'll provide the data store, then how much control would I typically have over that data store? Okay, so while you are bashing on SaaS and SAP products, yeah. Okay, then I'll read through your stuff after I respond, but I'll let you type in some opinions, because I really want to know your opinions on this. Like a commercial off-the-shelf product that will have its own data store solution. Okay, the new database thing is they are considering moving those. Okay. This would mean some new solution that replaces some or all of our MAD related databases. Probably water, S-Track, R-Track. I'm just gonna do another's because I can't think of the other ones. Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that would happen with that, and we haven't really talked about it too much, but there's a lot of discussion to be had. I want to be more open to using a commercial off-the-shelf product or a SaaS product. I mean, SaaS is essentially a commercial off-the-shelf product. I'll check on your AWS access and provide info after that. Okay, I'm getting a lot of work traffic today, work email today. So, as mentioned before, I am in the middle of my workday. I am doing my day job at the same time as streaming, so I am going to pay attention to any emails that come in. They take priority, and then the application itself, and also talk with you guys. I haven't read through it yet, Thindle. I really would like the opportunity to take my time with it, as I was giving you leeway to take as much time as you want with it as well, because I don't want to feel pressure to have to read it as well as make you respond to it. I don't mind. I really wanted the information. So as much detail as you wanted to put in there, I will read through it. I just don't want to be in a rush to read through it. And I would have said that earlier, except that I got the email right as you were coming in. So I would have just said thank you for the email. Thank you for the message, and I will read through it, kind of stuff. Okay, so just to catch up on some of the, if there were any responses to this, I know that I triggered some people with SAP, with even saying SAP and ABAP. First 6 years of my career, wouldn't recommend it, 0 out of 10. I worked with SAP, specifically business objects, for a really long time as well. And I did not like it as a database or data reporting system. And the Napalm said to Thindle, bought my first house. What else can I say? Oh, wait. How did I skip that? So Thindle said hello to, or Zelda Hearts to Dukasoft for the shout out. And the Napalm said, I feel so sorry for you. Or Thindle said to Napalm, I feel so sorry for you, because he said SAP and ABAP were the first 6 years of my career. Wouldn't recommend it. And then Napalm said to Thindle, bought my first house. What else can I say? And I got to see Germany. Awesome. Then Thindle says to Napalm, yeah, it's well paid, but still. And Germany isn't that much to see. Are you sure? I loved my time in Germany. It's the locale that I remember the most. And being able to bike everywhere, the trails up to the castles. Oh, such a good time. I loved my time in Germany. Anyway, whatever. You know what I mean. Then Napalm said, sass that crap and move on. Don't deploy your own. Okay, here's the situation, Napalm. These applications exist. They do what they're supposed to do. The need that came up that sparked a conversation about moving to a commercial off-the-shelf product was that we are now receiving lab results from different labs in different formats that our system isn't set up to receive. So we would either need a tool to be able to convert their format to ours, because we're not going to ask them to always output their data to our specific format, because they service multiple facilities. They do lab results from multiple places, and they have a standard way that they output their data. So we're not going to try to force them to be like, well, you must create this TRN file that's fixed width, and the first 3 characters are the installation, the next 4, we're not going to do that to them. So we have these applications that already exist. So we either need to have that tool to transform, which I'm currently writing, and that was part of the discussion, or buy some kind of off-the-shelf product and replace our entire database that already exists, that's full of 600,000 plus records just for the environmental data, not to mention the additional water levels data and historical, I don't know, there's just a lot more data than those 600,000 records, but that's how much chemical data we have. 600,000 plus records of just that, and find out how to use the new off-the-shelf product to migrate our data over to. So I would have to transform the data anyway, at least from our database to theirs, do that data load, which is going to cost a whole bunch of money because it's transfer units from our AWS servers to whatever their solution is. And if they say you get to host your own database and you just create a database with this schema, then we're duplicating the data, and now we're doing the space, the storage, that we don't have enough space on our disks because we're trying to use as little space as possible, only increasing it when the need arises, even if it's a temporary increase, whatever. And so it's like, regardless of that, those are all of my, this is why no COTS. We already have applications, we already have databases. I want to clean up the databases because they weren't originally created in a very mindful and future-oriented way for extensibility. They didn't even use primary keys on very many of their tables, if any. So that said, moving to a commercial off-the-shelf system, how much, like, what is the benefit of migrating an entire existing system with so much data, with applications built on top that are used for that data that are currently getting improved and worked on, versus buying an off-the-shelf product, needing to figure out how to configure and migrate the data over? So I want to know from others their experience with using off-the-shelf software that they didn't develop, that they don't really have as much control over maintaining, over writing code for. Because if it would be entirely possible that if we did that, my job would turn into an applications maintenance from the standpoint of configuring and contacting the manufacturer of the software and doing the tech support that way. And I'm a software developer, so I would not be doing that for very long. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to catch up with the rest of chat. Hopefully I don't do all of this responding to every single chat message with a million words like I tend to do. I'll try to read them all and then summarize, because I'm seeing a lot of comments come through that I'm looking forward to getting to. Okay, so sass that crap and move on. Don't deploy your own. Our own is already deployed. Holy, without looking it up, when did the first American Pie come out? Yes, that's very development related. Napalm says, I will tell you if you hear Palantir Foundry or IBM Tririga, run for the hills. It's not worth any amount of money they offer. I really don't know what software things they are considering, what software solutions. Then Thindle said, also, did any of my long Discord messages help? Long messages long. So yeah, and the size of I asked for information, you gave me information, I will look at it. We talked about that. I'm sure there are nice places in Germany. For me, it's always been mostly gray. Yes, and you know me, I love rainy, I love dreary. That's just me. I miss the rain very, very much. Napalm said, I was in Cologne for work. People were unfriendly, in my honest opinion. Wow, that sucks. I was only a kid when I was there. I was like 6 years old. So, or 3 years old, something. 3 or 6. Or both. I know that I was born there, and then my dad moved with the army. We moved, and then we went back to Germany for another 3 years. And then there's a big black hole in my memory that I don't remember from about 6 years, or somewhere between 6 to 9 years old and 14 years old. Just gone. But will go away. Reg says to Thindle, hiya, isn't Sweet Dad tomorrow? Thindle says to Reg, it is. I've been sick for a month. I still feel sickish. I won't be there. Feels poop. Reg says, sorry to hear. Alas, health is most important. It is. Okay. Napalm says pros, feature development, maintenance, support, etc., assuming hosted solution. Okay. Cons, fit your stuff into their model, documentation, or lack thereof, depending on system, waiting on vendor to implement a feature. So, pros of being a software developer using COTS. That's, I guess, what I'm really looking for. And Snubble says, I like the cologne joke. To Thindle. And then you don't have to write it. Okay, so that's a con. Yeah, so definitely for me, software developer, love writing code. Custom software solutions is what I do. Pros of being a software dev. Yes. Pros of a commercial off-the-shelf software that your company wants to use and you're a software developer. I do too, but would rather focus on interesting problems versus solved ones. I prefer to focus on creative solutions to existing problems that have already been solved, utilizing knowledge and information from lessons learned and solved approaches. But we're also talking how I would be spending my time during the transition of going from developing the software that receives the data, transforms the data, stores the data, aka ATL, versus configuring the new software solution, transforming our data to be uploaded into it, and training users how to use the new software solution. Because chances are the situation would be that I take whatever train the trainers kind of material that the software solution company would put out, and then I would train the users on how to use the new system. But it would be well documented already. It would have their information, their tech support available directly to the users. But I just feel that that is what my job would turn into. I don't think there would be very much software development from that point on after doing the ETL type of process and configuration. In which case, that's fine. I'll move on. I'll find a way to do software development somewhere else. But it just seems like the same amount of cost, maybe even more cost, to go to that versus continuing to improve our existing systems. More mail. Nothing I need to respond to. So yes, that is a very good point though, Napalm. Why reinvent the wheel kind of situation when you could be focusing on inventing the next thing that might use the wheel, or something even brand new that hasn't been invented before. The more interesting problems, as you said. So I understand that, and we'll note it and see if it makes sense to me. Cost benefit at the end of the day, not your tech debt. Yeah. And I guess that's one thing I don't really know how to estimate, because how much, like when I'm thinking of cost benefit for the applications, that does take into consideration tech debt. How many things are there to improve? And that would be by reading DevOps and all of the work items that I've been creating for myself. Such as in these, and how much time they would take, plus the wish list from the users, plus resolving any outstanding bugs that have already been reported, plus the desire to refactor the database so that it's more in line with current practices, current structure, etc. All of that, I know how to estimate that cost, because that directly translates to how much would it cost you to employ me for the hours of work, and how much time I think, and of course time estimates are terrible, but how much time I think it would take me to do all of these things, and then price that out based off of my billing rate, based off of number of hours. Versus this unknown of, here's a software solution that we see the cost of the product itself. Is it licensed? Is it subscription based? Whatever. We can see the cost of that. The initial setup cost, we don't know. How much time would it take to transform the data that we have in our current database into the data that structure that they're expecting in their database? Where's that going to be hosted? How are we going to update any apps that are not going over to this new system to access that data from that new database? because there's still some software development stuff to do during that. Red says, I posted a link in Discord regarding a programmer's time translation table, as they can't judge time very well. True. Is it meme worthy? Or is this an actual guidance that can help? Yeah, I'll leave that on screen in case it is worth reading and it's not just a joke. And I will read it later because reading and me and on screen. But it looks like 1 day converts to 3.14 weeks. So multiply by pi. And Napalm is saying, sure, but unless your job is going to be exclusively that thing, we all know we get pulled in 5 different directions. Solutions suffer as a result, as no one is there to be the project steward. Yeah, so I guess that is the other consideration to make, is that I am the sole developer at this organization. No other developers, nothing. Just me. Just Automated Realms. With this, the vendor is the steward. And so that is a massive pro to using a commercial off-the-shelf product, especially as a solo developer. So for the company, the pro is definitely that they would have a team that can support the software that they would be using. And they would be able to use my time, the in-house software developer's time, on most likely support tasks, or I guess the remaining applications are still going to be a thing. So the Vegemon application, vegetation monitoring application, the water management application, which is the one that we just get water levels from different I forgot the name of the devices again. Anyway, from those little devices that get hooked up to pipes that give you water readings back and report it to a central system. So I really am trying to put myself in the position of the customer being happy with the software solution that is being used for this thing. So I want to give them an accurate estimate of how much they would be paying for a commercial off-the-shelf system compared to how much they would be paying me to fix or change or modernize the existing applications. Or to finish doing that, I guess, because we've come a long way already. And they've seen my work and they are happy with my work. So, yeah. Okay, but those are things to consider, and I do have another viewpoint to a new perspective, another perspective to go by. Thanks for your input, Napalm. I'll try to read this a little bit. Thank you, Big Amy. I won't read this. Thank you. Thank you. I will move on instead to the code. That was my signal to move on. Yes. Yes, it does. It helps me to realize that I shouldn't be spending time doing that, because that's not an activity that you want to happen. Yes. Okay. So, the place that I was at then. was figuring out where to put the data type. And I think we found out that we're going to put it in the field transformation. Yes. So source field transformations are what now? They are they are called field transformations. And this is where we get, like, if we did just an apply without any parameters, at this point, this is where we get our set of possible values for that field. And the set of possible values, actually, it's not even possible values. This is the full set of values that we get from the taco? What's it called? The imported field, which means that this is the first place that we know of what the original values type is. Yeah, and that's why we were looking at this. So let's go back to that field transformation. Can you stick around, please? All right. Transformation results. Yeah, this is where we get all of our transformation results. Okay. Apply to an array of objects. Original value type equals our field that is not null by this point dot field type. Ooh, am I passing the transformation results anywhere? Because one issue that we're going to run into is if we need to serialize the transformation result, there are issues with serializing types, like, you know, TYP. Oh dear, where is it? This. So serializing this built-in object, the type, it doesn't work. It doesn't work very nicely. So what I've been doing in order to serialize that, like, where even is this? I'm so blind. So blind. This thingy here. The way that I've been handling this is I ignore the field type property, but I keep it as a string. And so when you set the field type using the type object, the type property, it will set the field string. And then that way, when it serializes, we have the fully qualified string name, type name of the field type. And then when we deserialize, then how do I get this back to a type? I thought that I had something a little bit like this. Private string field type string. So you will be field type string, and you will be salad. While we're setting this, if we already have set the field type string to this, then we're fine. Otherwise, we set field type string to the incoming value, and we set the field type to type of. And that way, this thing gets updated based off of converting this into the type based off of its name. I thought that this was how I set it up already. And this will avoid any kind of like circular looping because we're using the setter here. We're setting the field type backing variable here, and that prevents it from continuing to loop and loop and loop. Plus, we also have this checker here to see if the thing that's coming in is already what we're setting it to. And in fact, couldn't we just do that as well? Because we don't need to go through this entire setter to update the backing field. Yeah, we're going to do it like this. We was doing like that. Okay, so yes, from now on, I will take the how do I word that? I've resolved to be more direct, to talk about things and to say things in a direct manner, as opposed to being passive. I don't want to be passive. I want to be direct. So I will take the ya as a whatever it is that I'm currently doing or saying or trying to do. You want me to go a different direction. So I will go a different direction. Yeah, I think that. Collection expression. I mean, it's difficult because the ya is definitely intended to be a wake me up, loud sound. You're having fun. I'm having fun. But when I'm in the middle of something that I am trying to do, I don't know. It's hard. Like you're not gonna know. You're not gonna know if it's an appropriate time to do it or not. So use it whenever you feel like using it. Yeah. You can't read my mind. Yeah. I'm just doing Thindle is on. He deserves it. Like, I need a safe word. That's all it is. I need a safe word to be like, you know, now is a time when I'm trying to be focused. So I guess like that would require me to make some kind of redeem for myself that or some kind of button that I can push that disables certain redemptions that are distracting to the point of no longer making it enjoyable for me at the times when I'm feeling that. And I didn't know. That's the other hard thing. I didn't know that I was really trying to read through that. I mean, this would be triggered by me, but again, that turns people away as well. There's just nothing I can do. That's all. If I'm going to stream, I need to expect to be lighthearted about all of it and not expect to be able to concentrate. Because they're there. They're redemptions. They're available. They're fun. Enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. But I've been on streams that have that, and that's also one of those situations where it's like then people kind of feel like they have to be on eggshells, and that's kind of how I feel like I'm already starting to make you feel. But you don't have to be. You can just be you. Do what is enjoyable. Do what's enjoyable. Do what brings you joy. I guess part of my rules are be respectful, but I'm not really describing what it means to be respectful other than don't bully, don't hate speech. Oh, I guess it is in there though. I do have it in here. So just an extract from a rule, just to kind of prove to myself that I'm not being passive about this, but it is explicitly there. Trolling with the intent of derailing the streamer. Highly subjective, so I'll be much more lenient on it, but I'll ask that you find a different way to enjoy the stream. Which is hopefully what I'm doing now. Being direct about it and being open about it. And not passive about it, because I made that mistake. I don't want to do that. Now, if your intent wasn't to derail, it was just to have fun, by all means, please continue. Because I don't know your intent either. I'm not a mind reader. Yeah, I could. And in fact, I'll try to do that during the creative stream, because I don't work on stream stuff outside of the stream. I work on work during the stream, except on Friday community days, and yeah. But you're absolutely right. You're correct. Ooh, I wonder if I could just do this. And that way I don't have to worry about the null forgiveness. Since I was in here anyway manipulating this. But yeah, I mean, that's just a thing that I didn't want to have to do, I guess. But now that I have the experience of it, I'm finding that I do have preferences towards being more on topic more often. So yes, so directly to Big Gaming, because that's who I'm having a conversation with, I guess. At least the only one that's writing back to me. I love your everything, your personality. I don't think of you as someone who purposefully tries to see how far you can stretch someone before they snap. Like your intent is not to try to find out what my limits are to see if I'll just rage quit or something. So I know I have high confidence that that's not your intent. Yeah, which is to say that I don't think you purposefully troll like that. All right, TBD is here and says PT is done for today. Just a few more hours left in the day. Yes, I've only got 30 more minutes. Shout out to TBD. Hopefully it's been long enough since we last gave you a shout out and Twitch wants to cooperate. It did. All right, so TBD is working on two things. Number one, an application for, let's see if we can get Dukabot, if it's still in here, for doing project management and, nope. Maybe it was called something else, whatever his bot shout out was. An application that can help with project management and planning, and it's similar to applications that you've used before, like Jira, Azure DevOps. Maybe if you use Trello boards, it has elements of that. Oh, it's just Liquid. Dang it. I just got the command wrong. So it's an amazing little app. Yes, it's potential that there are existing applications out there. Yes, it's potential that he's doing it in a way that has already been done, but he's not only doing this as he's found these other tools that he's used lacking, but also he is enjoying learning different technologies, different approaches to doing stuff. So it's more than just there's this product that he's trying to get out there and make money off of. If that happens, awesome. It's secondary, maybe even tertiary to him, at least from what he's described. But the overall experience of it, sharing it with us on stream has been amazing. And yeah, I really do hope it does turn into an actual product, personally, because I think that he is going a direction that is needed as far as project management. So there's that one. And then there is the one that I talked about earlier, developers.stream. Did you already create a thingy for that too, Terrysoft? Because I have it in my clipboard. I can just pasta it. But developers.stream is that directory, that repository of other developers who stream. Yes. And that is essentially a way for you to have multiple ways to discover other developers or to even promote other developers if you so wanted to. So one possible feature, it's still in development, so these are all still possibilities, is to have some kind of API so that you can have a bot that says whenever someone comes into your stream, check to see, are they in this directory of developer streamers? If they are, do they have a description in there that they have customized themselves? And if so, do a shout out for them using that description that they put in there. So I think that's going to be a great tool as well. He's using Blazor with it. The orchestration of a lot of the stuff is being handled by Aspire. He's using Postgre as a database backend, at least up front. And just a lot of, again, really cool technologies. He's not very comfortable with, or comfortable is not the right word, is it? He is not as experienced with Blazor as he is with other UI technologies, such as an Angular. So it's a learning experience for him there too. But he does encourage opinions, constructive criticism, as long as you can provide conversation about it with him. So amazing stuff. Check out TBD Gamer. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, UTC -5. TBD said, I find that when I start a new project, using a bunch of stuff that's unfamiliar tests you and stops you just doing the same old stuff. Yeah, that's cool. Yes. Amazing. All right. So I'm still trying to figure out where to put the original value type, or did I? Did I put that in there? I think I just put that in there. Field type. So field was nullable by this point. I mean, not nullable, but it hadn't been null checked yet. That is true. That is absolutely true. There is no guarantee that we would have an associated field if we're just using the apply method passing in object values. Okay, so then why are you unhappy about this? Is an original value type nullable? It is not nullable. Really? I said that I was going to get back to making, or to figuring out the nullability of these. That's right. I didn't know I was doing that in oh, wait, we are in transformation result. That's not where I want to be. I want to be in field transformation. Oh, right. My thinking. I've got planes. These will work. Don't worry. There's always room for improvement in this game. Keep practicing. I'm working on it, automated ROMs. I'm working on it. So, two options. Option 1, default this. Defaulted to type of object. What if what if, and this is a big what if we did x.getType? We would still have a nullability issue. It's not guaranteed that all of the things in the array are going to be the same type. Good question. Should we still default? This way we really are depending on the incoming value itself. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be something, isn't it? Isn't it? E. Gosh. Yeah, I still think that for at least the there's a lot of ums coming out suddenly. It's because it's first syllable of my name, and you know how much I love my name. I still think there's going to be an issue because we save the transformations to the server, but we don't save the transformation results to the server, so there isn't going to be an issue. I think we're going to be fine. Oops. So yeah, let's just do this. We'll default this to type of string. Nullable string? What am I doing elsewhere? How about if you just follow the patterns that you've been using everywhere else? Let's look at field mapping. You were something that has type of object as your default. And the other one would have been the imported record field descriptor. Would have been type of object as well. So I've been defaulting everything to type of object, not type of string. Okay, we'll do that. Why can't I control tab back to the place I just was? Oh dear. It was field transformation result. Transformation result. Starts with a Q. There you go. It's not a Q, silly. Oh, you know what I watched recently that absolutely made my heart explode out of happiness, I love this kid. I watched Christopher Robin again, the one with Ewan McGregor. Pooh is amazing. I love Pooh. Killed me over and over and over and over. Why is that man in a cage? Oh. Okay. Okay. We're good. We're living with this. We're going to say I watched a Pooh movie too. It was called Barbie. Did you? I know. I remember you were talking about it on your stream not too long ago. But I don't know whether you were just talking about it with people that had seen it or if you had watched it before then. But it kind of sounds like you rewatched it this weekend. Because you liked it that much. Obi-Wan. That'd be an awesome outtake. He did play a pretty good Obi-Wan in my opinion. I liked him. Once was once too often. Oh, my favorite quote, and kind of taken out of context is hard to understand, but was when they were sitting on the log and Pooh was like, yesterday, when it was tomorrow, that was too much day for me. Tree, house, lady with dog. Don't know what that is. Pooh, what are you doing? Yeah, too much day. I don't remember, or I guess I don't know what the source of this one was, but one of my other favorite phrases is, how many days are in today? How many hours are in this hour? It's that whole feeling like way too much. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to recommend it. I don't do very many movie recommendations, but Pooh slayed me. Pooh is just called Christopher Robin. It's got Ewan McGregor. Just amazing. It's like it's not even a great movie. It was just all of the things that Pooh said during the movie. And even Eeyore and Piglet. Yes, absolutely. I don't have the energy to make it through a movie these days. It's sleepy time if I try. Well, watch it as you fall asleep. You'll get at least some of the Poohisms that happen during the movie. And I think it's currently available on Prime or Netflix. Just watch. It's not worth renting, I guess I should say. Not in my opinion. If you have a service, oh, Apple TV and Disney. If you have a, wait. Which one are you streaming on for free? We watched it for free. We might have watched it on the last day it was available for free. Oh, it's so hard to read this site sometimes. I think they're just telling you what the subscription cost is for the service, but yeah, it was free on Apple TV and on Disney Plus. So if you have either of those, can recommend. If you don't, skip it. But it's just such a feel-good movie for those times when you just want to feel good. Hockey ducky. Where else am I trying to put this? Salad, obviously. You keep forgetting. Original value is being set here. We can do original value. Wait. Isn't this going to be a transformation result? So why didn't you give me this property? The cool thing about data rows, the cool thing about triggers is once you get me triggered, I'm gone for the rest of the day, is that you can get their type for the entire column that by going up from the data row to the table to the columns with that field name. Oh, so you can get the type there. And because I'm going to use it in multiple places, I'm going to capture it here. Right, but I don't want to change the current value type. Or yes, I do. What? Oh, this is creating a new object. So yes. Yes, I definitely want to capture it. var, which is what I'm trying to type. Data type is, thank you. Change you to data type. Value, data type. Okay, where else? ¿Dónde más? We have a transformation result. Yeah, so we need to make sure that the original value type is set on the very first place where we're trying to send this off to get processed through that transformation chain. And the only place that that is happening is in the apply method that takes the object array of values. In the actual apply method itself, for a single transformation result. Oh gosh. Oh dear. So no, it's in the transformation itself, and the transformation can be any one of these, and that's fine because the original value type is gonna get set by this point. I hope. I'm crazy, right? Please tell me I'm crazy. Please, please, please. Yeah. I mean, that's the only place that I'm really seeing us create a new transformation result. Gosh, no. Oh, why did you have to think of that, brain? I have something called transformation result helpers, transformation field helpers. Transformation result helpers. What is this song? It's so good. Sharp motif, nebula. Yeah. Okay, so none of these helpers are creating a new transformation result or a result with. Yeah, none of them are actually. Oh, okay. Result with error message. That's fine. Yeah, I think we're good. Value transformations. Do you have anything that is going to put a wrench in my... What does that end with? A wrench in the pipe? I don't know the phrase. Looking good so far. Result with. So I'm either looking for something that's creating a new transformation result or copying a result over to a new result using the with syntax. And I don't see any. Woohoo! I think we're good. I think we're okay. Mapping rules? Mapping rules is fine. And then, of course, reflection and string helpers wouldn't have anything to do with that at all. I think we're good. Okie dokie. Moving forward with that then. The places that we cared about setting the current value type would be in all of our applies for value transformation operations and mapping rules. Excuse me. So that would be you. And this is done in the extension method for calculate, which I think we already took care of. You, we would still want to have turn this into a type of decimal. So we're always going to get back a decimal type in our transformation result from a calculation operation, regardless of whether it's an integer or not. It's just the easiest way for me to think of to store the type for this. I wanted an I numeric of some sort, but you have to specify the type of I numeric this is, which still doesn't seem right. Yeah. I need to look that up because I remember them talking about adding a basic, is this a numeric type of field, which would be an int, short, long, decimal, double, etc. C#, I numeric. Is there a generic number type in C#? This is really, really old, not helpful. Gosh, I need something from the past year. Gosh, you guys. Standard numeric format strings. Blech. Like, I could have sworn that it was when Mads Torgerson and, is his name Daryl? Dustin? Something. Were showing the features that they wanted to implement in future C# stuff. This was around the time that extension properties was coming out. They were talking about extension properties, and the first reveal of the field keyword in auto properties. I think it was that same video where they were talking about a way to identify something as a number, as a numeric field, and then you can later determine whether it's an integer, long, float, etc. When was this? 4 months ago. This might be relevant. Okay. Constrain generic type arguments to numbers using iNumber of T self. Yeah, but how to use? Fun of generic constraints not being constrainable enough, says TVD. Yeah, but this would, like, if I took this approach, then I would need a T self still. What I'm looking for is something that says that this thing can be any kind of numeric value. Because it's pretty simple for date. Like, I could do date time. But this calculate operation, for example, it's not necessarily going to be a decimal. I want it to be any I number. I just don't have T self anywhere. Wait, did you really just learn today type constraints? Or were you just reading it off of here? I couldn't tell. Because I kind of just ran right past it. Do you know about type constraints? And if not, would you like to know some information about type constraints? Because I absolutely love generics. Yeah, is there an iNumeric? Because I did not find an iNumeric. But that is the type of thing that I'm looking for. Because iNumber, you have to put in a generic. But iNumeric, I didn't actually see. At least not in Lang version latest for .NET 8. And I am not going to use pre-release Lang version in case that was going to be a recommendation. But I don't want to use generics for this at all. What I was wanting to do is have the current value type be an iNumeric, like the actual type of, because I'm not using generics at the moment, but I should be. But yes, I definitely know how to use type constraints on generics. It's just... yeah. It's just this structure, you know? Oh gosh, I'm going to get it wrong. Dunna. Yeah, Dunna. And I were speaking earlier about changing over my transformation result to be a generic here. You should be able to, yeah. So if this was a generic of T some taco, oh wait, no, you're right. You're right. Where T some taco is, you can't specify multiple. Even if we did it this way, multiple concrete classes or structs. This has to be keywords like and a concrete class with a default constructor or an interface or an abstract. But I don't think you can use a concrete class, like a specific concrete class. Yeah, there's a difference. Should and can. So TBD says, I was going to say, I've tried some crazy generic stuff in my time. If that was possible. I did try int decimal. But again, the very first one is giving me an error because this is a concrete class type. So I could put, what's another one of my concrete classes? Field mapping. Okay, that's a lie. So I can have it constrained to a specific class. Even though this isn't an abstract class. So this can be a field mapping, a file reader helper. a copy rule. Yeah, so no. Multiple concrete class types, no. Single concrete class type, yes, but why? I mean, I guess, is it possible to have some class inherit field mapping, or extend field mapping in this case? Void some method. Yeah, it is. Okay, so this would be read as a transformation type of tsum taco, where tsum taco is anything that is the concrete class field mapping or inherits the class field mapping. Extends, inherits, whatever. Anything that is a derivative of field mapping, including field mapping itself. Yeah, I didn't think that that would be a doable thing either. But the answer is no, it doesn't do type is primitive. Okay, so too much time on that anyway, gotta move on. Point is, I might need to just refactor transformation result to be typed. The problem with having it typed is that the current value may get a new type based on the step in the chain of transformations that are being applied to it. For example, here I have a regular expression match. Transformation result up here, a result of this is an array of string. The input type on the next step is an array of string, and the output type is a string. So we go from the transformation result current value type, going from an array of string to a single string. Another version of this is we do the regex match and we do a calculation using the extracted numbers. And that gives us values. And so it goes from, again, transformation type, transformation result. And if this was a generic, I would have the original value, t original value, t current value. So this would be a transformation result of string, array of string. And then the next one would be a transformation result of array of string number, or decimal, or because that the reason that I say decimal is because if you specify number of decimal places, it'll give you that number of decimal places back. And maybe you want the trailing zeros. Maybe it was originally a number that came in. So if I did this, $0.1 minus 5, then it's going to be 280.190533 minus 5, allegedly. Yeah, that's weird that it's only... Oh, sorry, 0.1. My bag. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, in engineering, be careful about the zeros. And that is true because these numbers are really, really, really small numbers. This is in nanograms. The original values that they send us are typically either in nanograms or in milligrams. Oops. But this is one of the reasons that I'm making the conditional transformation. We store all of our values in the database as milligrams per liter or milligrams per gram. So milligrams per liter for fluid, for liquid results, milligrams per gram for in soil, in solid. So how many milligrams of the analyte did we observe per gram of the solid that we sent to them? That said, not only are we converting the units to milligrams per liter, but we're converting the value that they give us back. So this result column, and we were thinking of a good way to do this using the set of rules. If it is a 2-digit, or if it's any number that has more than the tens place, we need to change that number to only go to the tens place. Did that make sense? So 66, we would need to convert to 6.6. The remaining amount, we would need to put in a column called exponent. So 6.6 times 10 to the 10 to the 1. Bigger numbers, 19.4, we would turn into 1.94, and then in the exponent column would be a 1 because it's times 10 to the 1. That kind of situation. This all seems very ripe for unit testing. Then please continue. Please go ahead. I allow this. You are allowed to unit test the project. Oh, no, I'm kidding. I will definitely do unit testing. But honestly, that is logic. That is part of, thank you, Dukasoft. That is part of the core library. And I do have tests. Oh, I didn't import my test yet. I did not import my test yet. So that is something that I do need to do. But definitely write tests for all this. The thing is that I really need to get the approach down. It's like, what even was the original reason that I needed to get the current type? The reason I needed to get the current type was, for example, the greater than operation. So if I'm comparing a transformation result on the left-hand side to a transformation result on the right-hand side, I need to know what data types they resolve to. So right now, if I did just a regular naive string comparison of the left-hand result value to the right-hand result value, and they should be treated as numbers, then it's possible that 1, 2, 3 is going to be greater than, let's use a different number. 2, 3, 4 is going to be greater than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When numerically it isn't, but lexicographically it is. Same thing with dates. If we have a date in the format of month, day, year, or day, month, year, and we're trying to compare two dates to find out if one is greater than the other, that's not as good as standardizing date format into year, month, day, or having a date time object that we're comparing to another date time object. So that's why I needed the type somewhere in here, and I think I'm getting it from the transformation result. Transformation result, current value type. Yeah, so this is what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm done for today. Gosh, I'm still struggling with some of the things that are happening to me, the frustration energy, the getting a little bit miffed about the way things happen. I'm working on it. You guys are amazing. I love hanging out with you. So please feel free to continue stopping by. If you get tired of me, just don't stop by. I don't want you to stop enjoying the things. So only be here if you want to be here. I trust that you're here if you want to be here. But yeah, I'm going to hang up here. We're going to raid out to another developer streamer. We're going to do Settlix today. And then I am going to switch to the music stream and start that in about 15-ish minutes. The thinking matter. Blech. Because I'm such a prude. That's why. I get so uppity and on a throne, on a high horse at times. And I recognize that in myself, and I'm working on it. Not doing a good job of working on it, but I am working on it, and I'm aware of it, and I'm observing it, and I want to change it because it's not serving me. So I don't want to do it anymore. Okay, but yes, I will go to music stream on One Line Creative, aka One Line Creative. But for now, we're going to head out to Settlix. His stream is marked as for mature audiences. Thank you for being here. There was something else. VODs get posted to YouTube immediately after the stream. Gosh, there was something else. But I do at times, though, is what I'm saying, Tyndall. I recognize it in myself. Well, what else was the other thing? VODs get posted to YouTube. Discord's available if you're interested. The music stream will be up. Today we're going to pick apart an existing instrument instead of poking around Vital. We're going to figure out how someone did a thing. Did I do shout out instead of raid? This is going to be a really long hand wave. In about 10 minutes. 10 to 15 minutes because I need to freshen up. Maybe grab, a pineapple juice. And we'll do that for about an hour. Hour and a half. Shout some more and it might just raid. Eventually. I will be lurking on Oik, Irish John, Settlix, Dragon Spirit Games. Code with TD. Code with TD. Just started. Or maybe recently started. I think he settled on Code with TD. Okay, but I'll be in those places. It'll take me a minute to change my profiles and all that, checking my code. Next stream is on Wednesday, normal time. And I'll just remove any of the sound, or replace, not remove, replace any of the sound effects that no longer bring me joy, so that you don't accidentally trigger me, because I know none of you are doing it intentionally. So much love. Ciao for now. We need Finite to create an OBS mod to make the hand flip. Okay, ciao.